Joanne, let me know when you're ready. Yeah, it's 6 o'clock. All right. I'd like to call this meeting of the Coventry Town Council to order at 6 p.m. Clerk, please take the roll.
Councilmember Pasqua.
Here.
Councilmember Capaldi.
Here.
Councilmember Brown.
Here.
Vice President Verducci.
Here.
President Lima.
Here, please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. In the event of an emergency, those present this evening can exit out the doors in the back labeled number 1 or 2 to the front lawn or back parking lot of Town Hall. Moving to meeting minutes from prior meetings, we have 2 sets ready tonight. Council members, the clerks informed me that February 25th and March 11th are still under review, so we'll continue those to the May 13th meeting. Do I hear a motion to take the December 17th, 2024 minutes and March 25th, 2025 minutes as a block?
I'll make a motion.
Motion by Councilwoman Capaldi, second by Councilman Pasqua. Any discussion? Hearing none, clerk, please take the roll.
Councilmember Pasqua.
Yes.
Councilmember Capaldi.
Yes.
Councilmember Brown.
Yes.
Vice President Verducci.
Yes.
President Lima.
Yes.
5 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative. Motion passes.
And I'll take a motion to approve the December 17th, 2024, March 25th, 2025 minutes.
Motion.
Motion by Councilman Pasqua,
Second.
second by Councilwoman Capaldi. Any discussion? Madam Clerk, did you receive any edits?
I did not.
If there's no further discussion, please take the roll.
Councilmember Pasqua.
Yes.
Councilmember Capaldi.
Yes.
Councilmember Brown.
Yes.
Vice President Verducci.
Yes.
President Lima.
Yes.
5 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative. Motion passes.
At this time, I'll entertain a motion to take the agenda out of order.
I'll make a motion.
Motion by Councilman Capaldi, second by Councilman Pasqua. Any discussion? Hearing none, clerk, please take the roll.
Councilmember Pasqua.
Yes.
Councilmember Capaldi.
Yes.
Councilmember Brown.
Yes.
Vice President Verducci.
Yes.
President Lima.
Yes.
5 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative. Motion passes.
At this time, we'll move to executive session. We have 3 items this evening: executive or closed session pursuant to Rhode Island General Law, Section 42-46-5A2 for litigation matters, discussion of prospective/potential litigation to be initiated against the town. Closed session pursuant to Rhode Island General Law, Section 42-46-5A2 for litigation matters, Social Holdings LLC v. Town of Coventry v. Social Holdings LLC, and Terrence Gray in his capacity as Director, Rhode Island Department of Environmental Management v. Town of Coventry. And closed session pursuant to Rhode Island General Law, Section 42-46-5A4 for investigatory proceedings related to allegations of misconduct. Do I hear a motion to go into executive session?
Make a motion.
Motion by Councilman Capaldi, second by Councilman Brown. Any discussion? Hearing none, clerk, please take the roll.
Councilmember Pasqua.
Yes.
Councilmember Capaldi.
Yes.
Councilmember Brown. Vice President Verducci.
Yes.
President Lima.
Yes.
5 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative. Motion passes.
We'll now go into executive session. Ready, Cody? At this time, I'll seek a motion to come out of executive session.
I'll make the motion.
Second.
Motion by Councilman Capaldi, second by Vice President Verducci. Any discussion? Hearing none, clerk, please take the roll.
Councilmember Pasqua.
Yes.
Councilmember Capaldi.
Yes.
Councilmember Brown.
Yes.
Vice President Verducci.
Yes.
President Lima.
Yes.
5 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, motion passes.
This time, I'll seek a motion to seal the minutes of executive session.
I'll make the motion.
Motion by Councilman Brown, second by Councilwoman Capaldi. Any discussion? Hearing none, clerk, please take the roll.
Councilmember Pasqua.
Yes.
Councilmember Capaldi.
Yes.
Councilmember Brown. Vice President Verducci.
Yes.
President Lima.
Yes.
5 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, motion passes.
Members of the public, the council met in executive session to discuss the 3 items listed on our docket. A discussion was had, 1 vote was taken. Madam Clerk, could you please read the vote and the result for the public?
Analysis of issues in law implemented by number 1, submission/review of solicitor's billing statements. Number 2 was exposure of unredacted hourly billing statements to the public. Number 3, proposed solicitor. The vote
Rose
was,
Solutions.
I'm sorry, solutions. The vote was 5-0.
The vote was to make public a privileged memo on those matters that you,
Correct.
okay. At this time, we will move to public comment on docketed items only. Members of the public can come to the podium, state their name and address for the record, make sure the microphone is flipped green, and make your public comment on those items on our agenda this evening. Members of the public on Zoom, please raise your hand to be let in. I'm sorry.
Little slow, my apologies. Steve Riley, 5 Osprey Drive in Coventry. I sent you folks,
Is your leg okay, Steve? Do you want to sit instead? Would that be better?
oh, no,
Oh, okay, you were limping. I just don't want you to be uncomfortable.
no, sciatica. Thank you. So I sent you a letter, and in it were a couple of additional items which I had been unable to address the last time when I discussed the flowage rights, related to Johnson's Pond. And these are also self-explanatory. My question is, do you folks have any questions on what I've written?
This was just sent to us earlier today, so I apologize. I haven't had a chance to read it. But I will ask for a motion to put Mr. Riley's letter into the record.
Make a motion. Second.
Motion by Councilman Brown, second by Councilman Pasqua. Any discussion? Hearing none, clerk, please take the roll.
Councilmember Pasqua.
Yes.
Councilmember Capaldi.
Yes.
Councilmember Brown. Vice President Verducci.
Yes.
President Lima.
Yes.
5 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, motions passes.
Thank you. So if I could just, I feel a little alone here. I don't have a District 5 representative here tonight, and
You got 2 townwides.
I understand. But my question would be related to District 3 and District 5. Are there steps in process in accordance with the charter, the home rule charter for a special election? Since they were just elected and what do they have, 2-year terms?
Yes, we're talking about it later in the agenda as well, but it's going to go by Article 3, Section 6, filling vacancy. In the Home Rule Charter, it was last amended November 8th, 2022. So that section in particular outlines the vacancy process. We have received an election calendar for a special election from the Board of Elections. The state dictates the calendar. And right now, I don't remember the exact dates, but it's a July primary and in August, the first week in August is the general. I don't have the date off the top of my head.
Thank you. So let me just wrap up here. I've been coming here now like for nearly 3 years, providing research behind my findings, which basically started out with what is a body, corporate and politic, and it led us to where we are today. I just want to see a successful conclusion to Johnson's Pond, and I believe that my research needs the scrutiny of the courts. I also recognize that mine is a unauthorized opinion, and there are people out there that might suggest that it's not a legal opinion and therefore lacking. But I feel that in making my research, I've had to go to achieve a higher bar for just that situation. If I could go to my biggest concern here with this letter has to do with, you'll see where I call it putting the cart before the horse. The state law, section 4264.12-7, restricted use of eminent domain powers. No entity subject to the provisions of the chapter shall exercise eminent powers to acquire any property for economic development purposes unless it has explicit authority to do so and unless it conforms to the provisions of this section. Plan. The entity shall have a plan for the proposed development which shall be approved by the governing body of the entity prior to the initiation of any eminent domain proceeding, which plan shall set forth the purposes of the development, the intended benefits to the community, the necessary infrastructure improvements, the presence and correction of any substandard conditions and/or environmental hazards, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. My point here is that obviously a year ago, June, we condemned the property. Nothing is going forward until April when, or actually March, when the CRA entered into a contract with GZA to make a public use determination. Well, according to state law, we should have already had these ducks in a row. And so that's one of the questions that I have there. The second question concerns the actual contract, which I've discussed with you earlier, that a delegated agency of you, the council, was able to make a contract with this GZA Environmental for upwards of $130,000. And I've been trying to get my hands around the whole procurement aspect of municipal versus state. And I will just go to, in our charter, chapter 56, article 1, section 56-3, it has a statement at the end. It says the term services shall not include professional services which are unique in their nature and are not subject to competition. So I can see where maybe the town decided to, well, you know, we can do this, but if I can just recognize Mr. Perillo, he's been very helpful and transparent, if you will, with respect to helping me understand the municipal procurement end. But right now, we have state laws which require this to necessarily go out to bid, and they would seem to trump what our municipal sole source decision is. And so I would ask you to entertain what I've offered there. And I guess finally what I'm just going to say, I've been coming to you folks for 3 years now, and I'm tired of this. I'd like to see this resolved. I think there's a way that this research can be used in the context with litigation. And I would just hope that I commented on one other thing, apathy. At the April 3rd meeting, which was a workshop, a kickoff, we were going to have a lot of people. There were 2 people in attendance here. And there were 8 people, but 2 of them were GZA reps. And so there were only 6 people on Zoom. And that night, there were only 41 people that had viewed it on YouTube. So I'm concerned where this is going, who's steering the ship. I'm concerned that an outside agency is going to kind of harm the community that we call Johnson's Pond inadvertently. But once you go down that road, you're done. If I can repeat something that Nichols said in his eminent domain reading, I mentioned this to the CRA. Property owners abutting ponds, lakes, or rivers have recognizable common law rights which are more extensive than those of the public generally in such otherwise public bodies of water. When the acts of a governmental or quasi-governmental authority with the power of eminent domain interfere with those rights, whether to the extent of a full or a partial taking, they may be the subject of claims for inverse condemnation or de facto taking. So I'd just like you to, let's do something good for the pond. And as far as I'm concerned, let's get the town engineer to look at that property that's been condemned by the dam, which is right next to the town hall and the Public Works Department. I would wager dollars to donuts that he would be able to come up with a acceptable controlled parking area and beach access. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Riley. We've got, looks like one hand up on Zoom. Please unmute yourself and state your name and address for the record.
Hi, Stacy Nichols, 159 Lewis Farm Road. This is in regards to what I'll just call Jonathan's resolution, which is on the agenda for this evening. Jonathan's resolution, while it may appear on the surface to address some of the transparency issues, completely misses the mark when it comes to real and lasting change with our town council. It does nothing to require council members to actively investigate and respond to financial concerns. It just gives them the option to see bills and invoices, but doesn't require anyone to look at them. Even when these concerns are brought to the attention of town council, which they have been by both citizens and former town council members, even your own past colleagues, we have not seen any change. Council members have raised legitimate questions, and yet access to information was denied. So if issues are raised and no one is required to act on them, who is minding the store? And who is looking for deviations in bills before they spiral out of control, even if you're given the option to look at the bill and no one is actually looking at them, even when citizens are asking town council members to look at the bill? Without a formal process that demands oversight and accountability, we're simply crossing our fingers and hoping for the best. And that is not leadership. The second problem with the resolution is the town's budget is completely bloated and there's no scrutiny. We see outrageous line items that no one seems willing or able to explain. Not a single person has stood up and justified why numbers on this budget remain so high. When you start with an outrageously inflated budget, being within budget is meaningless. It's an insult to taxpayers and is evidence that there's been absolutely no serious attempt to rein in spending. It doesn't stop with the solicitor. When you look at other bills, you see across departments, you see the same trend that budgets are copied and pasted from last year, casually increased by 3% without one shred of justification or supporting documentation. This is not fiscally responsible and really makes anything that Jonathan is proposing with a deviation from 5% of their budget meaningless. This is autopilot governance, and we deserve better. I'd also like to talk about the Annex Learning Center project. Jonathan has talked to me personally, which was great. He was very responsive that the state funding nearly covers all of the costs, which sounds great now until we realize we're in Rhode Island and that what is budgeted now will probably not be the last budget that we end up with. And of course, the devil is in the details. The funding came with strict strings attached, as Jonathan explained, that the town is required to run specific programming for 5 years. The Human Services Department for the town, in their budget narrative, mentioned this briefly, but there's no detailed plan laid out. And while they mention applying for grant funding, they have no revenue line item in our budget. Meaning if they're getting any grants, they're just being thrown into the general fund, which I would not anticipate. That's how we would track that information. So basically all of their programs, as far as I can tell, are taxpayer funded. So how can we move forward responsibly on building a new facility when we don't even know when we're going to pay for the programs that we're committed to? Where is the written plan? And this is something I would suggest for future agendas, that we would link such plans to the agenda items so that taxpayers can look at the department's plans for how they're going to both implement and pay for this programming, again, for 5 years. And as Jonathan said, there's very strict standards around what types of programs have to be implemented in this new learning center. It is not free money. And I think we need to take into account that we don't have any funding, nor has there been any, as far as I can see from their budget narrative, documentation that any of this programming is actually needed in our community, or that we are somehow not meeting the needs with what we're doing already. I can tell you I've been in the annex space many times, and it is basically always vacant. There is public space available right now for programming to happen, both at the annex and at the community center. But instead, we're choosing to throw money to build new facilities when we have no money to run programs, but we will be on the hook to fund those. And that will come from our taxpayer money, because given the current climate with the federal government and cuts, there is not a lot of funding available for those programs. I think it's just painfully clear that the direction of this council right now is few decisions on these things are being made with the best interests of taxpayers in mind. It's a bloated budget that was passed provisionally with minimal question and an overall attitude of complacency towards serious financial issues. And that's all I have to say on agenda items.
Thank you. Councilman Pasqua.
Thank you, Stacy, for taking the time to give some feedback tonight. Just want to provide some clarity on the resolution as I wrote it. 3D, it states, as part of town council review process, with respect to the solicitor's invoicing specifically, the membership of the Cottage Town Council shall be provided access to detailed invoices and financial documentation for inspection each month. Now, I spoke last meeting about not being a lawyer, and you know, you read things and you have to understand there are legal meanings to certain words. So shall is not a maybe I will, maybe I won't. That is a requirement, has to happen. So the town council will be getting solicitors' invoices monthly. That's part of it. When it says shall be provided access, it means they are going to be provided access. That's a requirement. That's not up for discussion. So that's in there. They will be, the council as a whole, not one, but all, will be able to view and will have access to these on a monthly basis. So I just wanted to clarify that.
Yeah, well, we have that on the agenda. We'll have a full discussion.
Yep.
Any other members of the public on Zoom? Public comment on docketed items only? Public comment on docketed items going once? Twice? 3 times? Public comment on docketed items is closed. Moving to matters for public hearing, we have one this evening. Public hearing, new application for mechanical and electronic devices, JW's Pub Incorporated, 433 Washington Street, Coventry, Rhode Island. Do I hear a motion to open public hearing?
So moved.
Motion by Councilman Brown,
I'll second.
second by Councilman Capaldi. Any discussion? Hearing none, clerk, please take the roll.
Councilmember Pasqua?
Yes.
Councilmember Capaldi?
Yes.
Councilmember Brown?
Yes.
Vice President Verducci is absent. President Lima?
Yes.
4 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, motion passes.
Now open to public hearing. Manager Prillo, if you want to provide, we had questions on this license, or Madam Clerk, last time it was up.
We tried to reach out to the owner. We were unsuccessful, but it is a coin-operated mechanical device they're looking to get approved for. So that's the information that wasn't provided the last meeting.
Is anyone from JW here? Oh, yeah, you just want to come forward, state your name and address for the record, and talk about the application? Can you just turn the mic?
Those machines that we put in there,
Can you
they,
just name and address for the record?
oh, I'm sorry. My name is Daniel Harvey. I'm from West Warwick, Rhode Island, and I'm here on behalf of JW's Pub. And we put the 3 arcade machines, the Pac-Man machine, the little racing machine, and a bowling game for just extra entertainment for our guests that arrive at the restaurant. Basically, it's a karaoke bar. And while people are waiting for their song to come up, it's just another form of entertainment for our guests to enjoy.
Thank you. Anyone have any questions for Councilwoman Capaldi?
We were hoping it was mechanical bull.
No,
We saw the
unfortunately,
word
we don't have
mechanical,
those.
and we didn't know what that meant, and we didn't know if it was a bull or,
No.
but, anyone else have any questions for representation? If you could just take a seat, we just got to allow public hearing if anyone wants to come up. All right, thank you. At this time, are there any members of the public hearing on this application specifically? Any members of the public on Zoom on this public hearing for this, this application? Just raise your hand. Public hearing going once, twice, 3 times. Do I hear a motion to close public hearing?
So moved.
Motion by Councilman Brown, second by Councilman Pasqua. Any discussion? Hearing none, clerk, please take the roll.
Councilmember Pasqua?
Yes.
Councilmember Capaldi?
Yes.
Councilmember Brown? Vice President Verducci?
Yes.
President Lima?
Yes.
5 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, motion passes.
If there's no further discussion or questions for the applicant, I'll seek a motion to approve the application.
I'll second.
Motion by Councilman Brown, second by Councilman Capaldi. Any discussion? Hearing none, clerk, please take the roll.
Councilmember Pasqua?
Yes.
Councilmember Capaldi?
Yes.
Councilmember Brown?
Yes.
Vice President Verducci?
Yes.
President Lima?
Yes.
5 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, motion passes.
Moving to licenses, we have 3 this evening. First one, new victualling license, Suzie Q's Summit General Store. This is at 25 Old Summit Road in Coventry. Do I hear a motion to approve the license?
Make the motion.
Motion by Councilman Pasqua,
I'll second.
second by Councilman Capaldi. Manager Prillo?
The only concern is their fire inspection is not complete. That should be done by the end of the week. Everything else is all set.
All right, so maybe we amend to approve license contingent upon fire inspection. Okay. So whoever the first motion was, if you want to withdraw and amend.
Yes. I'll withdraw that emotion, that motion. And I will amend it to approve with, once they get past the fire inspection. So motion to approve pending a successful fire inspection.
We have a motion from Councilman Pasqua. Do you want a second? You don't have to, I can get.
I'll
the
second.
Second by Councilwoman Capaldi. Any discussion? Hearing none, clerk, please take the roll.
Councilmember Pasqua?
Yes.
Councilmember Capaldi?
Yes.
Councilmember Brown?
Yes.
Vice President Verducci?
Yes.
President Lima?
Yes.
5 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, motion passes.
New victualling license, Cup of Joy Cafe, 1532 Main Street in Coventry. This is also working on the fire inspection. Manager Prillo, same thing?
Yes, I believe Mr. Olivieri is here if he wants to speak to the license.
Okay.
How's everybody?
Hi.
Hi,
Just state your name and address for the record, please.
Paul Oliveri, 1532 Main Street, Coventry. I'm here for my victuary for the second time. I'm waiting for the hood to be extended to match fire code for Kevin. And that's about it. All inspections were passed. And I believe all the paperwork was handed in.
Any questions for the applicant? Solicitor Angel.
So, Mr. Manager, my understanding at some point was that engineering had some questions about the sewer tie-in. Have those been resolved?
Yes, so Mr. Oliveri actually has a septic connection there. So he's going to be utilizing the septic connection in lieu of the sewer, if I'm correct, Mr. Oliveri, correct? Yes.
Any further questions? Councilman Capaldi.
Mr. Oliveri, I can't wait for your cup of joy to open. I can go right by it, go right there, get a coffee every morning.
And I wish your father was here to enjoy it. Trust me. It was
I'll have a coffee for him. How's that? Thank you.
There's no further discussion. Do I hear a motion to approve the license contingent upon fire inspection?
Motion to approve pending the fire inspection.
Second,
Motion by Councilman Brown, second by Councilwoman Capaldi. Any discussion? Hearing none, clerk, please take the roll.
Councilmember Pasqua? Yes. Councilmember Capaldi?
yes.
Councilmember Brown?
Yes.
Vice President Verducci?
Yes.
President Lima?
Yes,
5 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, motion passes.
thank you very much.
much and
Best of
stay
luck.
safe. Thank you.
And lastly, new Class F liquor license, Our Lady of Czestochowa, annual parish festival located at 222 MacArthur Boulevard in Coventry, June 13th and 14th, 2025, 5 to 9 p.m. All requirements have been met. I don't know if anyone's here for the church. If they want to come forward. Sure.
Harry Lawson, 3 Peachtree Lane in Coventry. I am the chairman of the festival event. This is our 75-plus year annual festival that we've been having. Same menu, 2-day event versus 3 days that it's been in the past. We have the police details, fire details, state police raffle permits, town permits. Everything seems to be in place for us.
And lots of cabbage.
We had lots of cabbage. 600 pounds today delivered, so.
Any questions for the applicant?
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Is there a fee associated with this liquor license?
I think there is, right?
Yes,
Yeah,
we dropped off a check.
okay. Councilman Capaldi.
I went to 1st through 6th grade at OLC. I think I was one of the last classes there. But you have to do something, because I know you're getting a liquor license. Get rid of those old school wine coolers there.
Yeah, no.
I don't know where they come from. I didn't know they still had them.
Yeah, no, they're gone. Just regular traditional beer, Polish beer,
Okay.
regular beer and wine.
It's fun. If no one's been, you should go check it out. It's a really good time.
Councilman Brown.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the license and to suspend the fee that they would charge for the event.
We have a motion from Councilman Brown,
A second.
second by Councilman Capaldi. Any discussion? Hearing none, clerk, please take the roll.
Councilmember Pasqua?
Yes.
Councilmember Capaldi?
Yes.
Councilmember Brown?
Yes.
Vice President Verducci?
Yes.
President Lima?
Yes,
5 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, motion passes.
thank you very much. Moving to election and/or appointment of town officials, we have 2 this evening for council member appointments. We have for appointment for the Municipal Fire Commission, appointment for the Sewer Subcommittee. What's the pleasure of the council?
I nominate JP for municipal fire.
We have a nomination for Vice President Verducci for Municipal Fire Commission.
Vice President Verducci, sorry.
Are there any other nominations? We have a nomination. Do I hear a motion to appoint?
I'll make a motion.
Second?
Motion by Councilman Capaldi, second by Councilman Brown. Any discussion? Hearing none, clerk, please take the roll.
Councilmember Pasqua.
Yes.
Councilmember Capaldi.
Yes.
Councilmember Brown.
Yes.
Vice President Verducci.
Yes.
President Lima.
Yes.
5 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative. Motion passes.
And we have a vacancy for a council member on the sewer subcommittee. What's the pleasure of the council?
I would be interested in the appointment.
All right. Any others? Do I hear a motion?
I'll make a motion to nominate.
Appoint.
Appoint.
I'll second it.
Motion to appoint Councilman Brown, second by Councilman Capaldi. Any discussion? Hearing none, clerk, please take the roll.
Councilmember Pasqua.
Yes.
Councilmember Capaldi.
Yes.
Councilmember Brown. Vice President Verducci.
Yes.
President Lima.
Yes.
5 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative. Motion passes.
We'll move to the report of the town manager. There's 3 items this evening. Manager Perillo.
Thank you. I just wanted to put on the council's radar, as part of our Rhode Island 250th celebration, we do have a plan to kind of redesign the front of Town Hall. So the idea is to bring the 3 monuments that are in the front of the old police station, along with the monument that's at the Anthony Green, the World War I monument, and bring those to the front of Town Hall, reconstruct it with some new pavers and some walkways, and kind of create a little pocket park here in front of Town Hall. So Kevin is getting some prices now. Maria did all her research on the monuments and so forth, and we're currently looking for, working with the landscape designer to kind of put that to fruition and then bring it in front of the council for review.
Discussion on this item? Vice President Verducci.
I'm just curious, is that a specialized company that you have to get, do you think, to move the monument, or is that's not something we can throw in a truck and?
Correct.
Gotcha.
Yes.
Thanks for the work that's gone into this. I know the assistant town manager has been on this project too. I think there's a safety aspect here because we've got a great tradition in town of our veterans organizations doing a tour of the monuments on Memorial Day and Veterans Day. And it can be pretty dangerous on the side of the road. Everybody's parking, crossing the street, moving from monument to monument. So, and I like the idea that we're refurbishing them and giving them new life altogether for our veterans. Yes, Councilman Brown.
I thought there was some discussion of Memorial Park, including not only military, but police and fire, and I thought that was something that we were talking about originally.
It was part of the early discussion. Right now, we're just looking at the military, the monuments for the military, but we can include the other ones if that's the idea the council wants to go forward with. We weren't sure of the, if you want to say, authorizing authority who would give us permission to move the fire monuments. I'm not sure if they're the towns or they're part of the districts, so that was kind of why we haven't really dove into that, but we can.
Yeah, I think there could be some discussion there about,
Okay.
the future.
Okay.
Because there's fire stations that have closed already, and there's monuments at them stations that need to be moved.
Okay, sure.
I'd be in favor of that.
Okay. Yeah.
Anything else on this item? All right.
The second item, the Finance Committee asked if we could put together a MOU between the town and the school department for a deficit reduction plan regarding the FY26 budget. So what you have in front of you is a signed MOA from myself and the superintendent, where the town's committing $472,000 and the school's committing a minimum of $551,730 towards deficit reduction just for this year. Obviously, we still need to put together a deficit reduction plan for the Auditor General, in which we have a meeting tomorrow with him. But this is something that the committee wanted, just to show a commitment by both sides towards that reduction of the deficit. So that's what you have in front of you tonight.
Any questions on this one? Yeah, I'll seek a motion to ratify the MOU dated April 9th between the town of Coventry and the Coventry School Department with respect to the FY26 deficit reduction contributions.
I'll make a motion.
Motion by Councilman Capaldi. Second by Councilman Pasqua. Any discussion? Hearing none, clerk, please take the roll.
Councilmember Pasqua.
Yes.
Councilmember Capaldi.
Yes.
Councilmember Brown. Vice President Verducci.
Yes.
President Lima.
Yes.
5 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, motion passes.
And the last item I have is I passed out a handout from the superintendent and Studio Jade listing the projects for the Coventry School bond. Included in that presentation is also the amount of purchase orders that we want to move forward with in anticipation of the school bond. Right now, we are finalizing our application, hoping to send it off to Rybeck through the solicitor in May. We also hope to get our 24 audit done in May and get approval for the bond in early July with access to the funds in mid-July. So these purchase orders are the first step in moving forward with that construction. And the printout from today from Studio Jade is the latest update on the numbers that we're talking about for the bigger projects, including the fire suppression, the roof management, roof replacement at the middle school and the Western Well. So just an update for the council as to where we are.
And the next meeting of the school building committee is May 5th.
May 5th.
Look in for the council who we want to attend. Any questions on, discussion on this item? All right, thank you, Mr. Manager. Moving to report of other town officers and officials, we have Assistant Town Manager Broadbent on discussion of formation of a Water Affairs Committee.
Good evening, Maria Broadbent, Assistant Town Manager. This is really just sort of an early look at some of the things that maybe we should consider doing. It seems like every meeting that we're here or every day, something comes across that has to do with water. We're a town defined by water. The water runs through it, runs over us, everything that we do here in the history of the town is based on the water that's here. But as things change, the climate changes, development, we're growing, we need to make sure that we're making decisions as we go along that are going to be decisions that think about the future. And whether it be compensating for storms, compensating for development, reacting with grants, looking at water quality. I mean, we've already talked about water at least a couple times today. Johnson's Pond, looking at the dams. We've got 63 dams in town. I don't know where they all are, but there's a lot of work to be done. The makeup of the committee and how things get referred to it, that's still something that, I would love to hear input from all of you and others for, I'm not looking to create a whole nother night meeting for people. And I don't want to have a committee that has a agenda that some of it's relevant to some people in the committee. There's got to be a way to find the best way to sort of manage it. We've got a conservation commission, we have a land trust. There's a lot of cross-cutting issues. So this is just a start, something to think about. We can dare to be progressive on the water issues, because we have to. We have to. If we don't decide what the best opportunity is for the town, the water's going to decide for us. So this is just my way of sort of making sure that we're all having the same conversation at the same time.
Councilman Pasqua.
Thank you. Yeah, I think this is definitely something that needs to happen. One of the things that I envision for this committee is we have 4 main bodies of water that are dam controlled that people use: Tyo, Breezy Lake, Upper Dam, Middle Dam, and obviously Flat River Reservoir. So I think the town really needs to have an extension of its arm involved in how those are managed. And, have a committee together that can talk about, how the water levels get raised, lowered, if they need weed treatment on like Tyo Lake, for example, they can come back and maybe we can work on grant funding for it or something. But as a committee, look for grants and, just be more progressive on, just keeping places clean and managed well. So, yeah, I think we're on a good path here. We don't really have any communication with like Tioga Lake Association officially, and working with that kind of stuff. So, and we got
We
surprised.
have a lot of communication from them unofficially.
Yeah, right.
And we are meeting with them tomorrow evening to go over things that are going over on Lake Tioga. So
Right, so it'd be
Yes.
much more appropriate to have a sort of a governmental body in a sense together, so you can put, these topics on an agenda, have meeting minutes, and have public discussion about things that are important to them and the town and so on and so forth. So yeah, this is great.
Vice President Verducci.
So I might have missed this the first time around. So it's not just the bodies of water. Are we also anticipating looking at, flood mitigation and, other water activities?
we should be.
Okay.
We should be. I mean, we've got issues like PFAS, that are going to be emerging issues and most people don't even know what that is right now. We've got wells in parts of town that, are going to need mitigation. It's all water. Yeah, there's a lot of different things that are going to come up and become more prominent. We've got roadways that are inundated by flooding. So it's not just the big bodies of water, but what happens to the water that flows over the land is going to be really important too.
That's interesting. I could see a planning element in with that too. I'm assuming we'd want to stay tight with the planning group on when we're discussing some of that, or?
Yeah, and I think this came about from the whole weed abatement piece and how
Right.
if these bodies together are one unit and they're cooperating with the town, they're eligible for funding opportunities and support that otherwise as small groups, they're not. So, did you want to talk about what you proposed should be the membership to consider for, having a resolution come before us on this?
Well, I'm really sort of open to it. I mean, we've got some groups that are talking about water as part of what they do. Conservation Commission. We also have, Tioga has a group, Johnson's Pond has a group. There's some others. I work closely, Kevin and Joe and I do, with the folks from Upper Dam Pond. Tom Pendergast and the folks there are just really motivated. And we did a planning exercise for a stormwater project over there that was funded by the state last year, I guess. And from that, doing that exercise, we invited folks from 5 different lakes to come and be a part of the discussion and understand how stormwater management works. So we're pretty open to who those groups are. The Patuxent River Authority, we have some representation there. So wherever there are organized groups, I don't want to make too many more meetings for people to cover the same topic. So we have to figure out how the delicate balance of that is. Because we all need to talk about it, but maybe not burn out totally on some of the stuff.
Any further discussion on this? Is there consensus from the council to move forward with the assistant town manager drafting a resolution for formation? All right, sounds good.
Thank you.
Thank you. Moving to resolutions of the council. Item A, or I don't know if you want to stay up here, Maria. Sewer tie-in application, resolution 2025-42 for 617 Washington Street. This resolution is on page 29 in your packet. Do I hear a motion to approve the resolution?
Motion.
Second.
Motion by Vice President Verducci, second by Councilman Capaldi. Mr. Levesque.
Joe Levesque, Town Engineer. Residential connections are typically done, typically approved in-house. This particular property, being multifamily, triggers approval by the sewer subcommittee and/or the town council. So that's why it's currently before you for approval.
Any questions, discussion for the engineer? All right. If there's no further discussion, clerk, please take the roll.
Councilmember Pasqua. Councilmember Capaldi.
Yes.
Councilmember Brown.
Yes.
Vice President Verducci.
Yes.
President Lima.
Yes,
5 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative. Motion passes.
thank you.
Thank you.
Resolution 2025-43, approving the allocation of school impact fees in the amount of $61,232.23 for a convection electric steamer and stationary kettle for the Coventry High School kitchen. This is on pages 30 to 36 in our packets. Do I hear a motion to approve the resolution?
I'll make a motion.
Motion by Councilman Capaldi, second by Councilman Pasqua. Superintendent's here. I don't know if you want to speak to this or.
Yeah, so the superintendent and facilities director came.
He turns promptly on his heel when you started speaking.
They identified two needs in the kitchen that were pretty vital. There is money in the impact fees, $178,000 will be a balance after this $61,000 withdrawal, and looking for the council to approve this allocation to the school.
Any questions, discussion? Hearing none, clerk, please take the roll.
Councilmember Pasqua? Yes. Councilmember Capaldi?
Yes.
Councilmember Brown? Vice President Verducci?
Yes.
President Lima?
Yes.
5 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, motion passes.
Resolution 2025-44, authorizing the town manager to enter into a real estate purchase agreement for the sale of 15 Old Summit Road. This resolution's on page 37 to 64 in your packets. Assistant Town Manager Broadbent.
So 15 Old Summit Road is a historic building in the Summit Village that was given to the town in 2000. It isn't a building that the town ever really had a functional need for. It was a library at one time. It was a Mason's Hall at one time. The townwide library system started in 1972, so it really never served as part of the townwide system. I've been looking at this building partially because I'm a real fan of history and love to just, like, I have the original deeds. I've gone all the way back. I know who their family was and how this is transported through history as far as that neighborhood goes. But one of the things, and I have to credit Kevin McGee and his staff because they've been trying to keep this building alive. I included some pictures in your packet. It's got a really significant hole in the roof, and they're doing a great job. I don't think you could go on that roof right now. I don't think it's safe, but they're doing a great job of collecting the water there. And over the course of the time that I've been looking at this building, Jim Grimley, who's here, who's the neighbor across the street, had approached the town for a number of years, wanting to see if the town would give it to him. The building's a liability for the town, and he's looking to see if he can put a bicycle museum there. It's right along the bike path. It's going to take a significant amount of money for him to get that building together enough to have it be a museum. But it's in the state right now that a decision needs to be made, because it's getting to the point where the sill on one side is going to start to collapse. So then you're going to have, like right now, you still have a straight roof line on that building, but you don't have a whole lot of time left to make a decision. We don't have a functional use for it as a town. You know, it's kind of like Reed School. You know, we put a lot of money into fixing it up, and it's a really great thing to see fixed up. But I don't think we're in the position to put it together to rebuild that building, because what would we do with it? So we had a proposal from Mr. Grimley to buy the building. The only other times that it's transferred for money has been for $10. He would have to spend a significant amount of money. He has a record of fixing up property there on Old Summit Road. He restored the home across the street. And this evening he had Susie Q's get approved to open in the general store down there. So I bring it to you with pictures and research. I've researched all the deeds and the ownership. Mr. Grimley probably would love to speak to you and talk to you about what he's looking to do, if you want to hear from him.
Sure. Good evening. Just state your name and address for the record.
Jim Grimley, 6 Old Summit Road, Coventry. I've been there just about 10 years. I found that old house, built 1860, foreclosed, a lot of history there. I'm amazed how many people stop by and go, hey, when I was a kid, I used to go in there. So I've been looking, I really wanted the church, you know, and that got bamboozled. I don't know if you know the whole story there, but that got bamboozled. So I've been looking at this hall for the last 10 years, just watching squirrels go in it, and it's rotting away, and there's really not much you can do with it. It's so close to the road, you can't build on it. So I'm in the bicycle industry. I've been a professional racer when I was younger. I've been in the field for about 40 years, so bike's not the issue, just rebuilding this building. The roof is number one, and then go from there. I have a nonprofit that I just started, and I have a board of directors, and we're already looking at some grants too. There's many grants from museums and stuff like that. So that's what we're trying to do. We're just trying to preserve that little, I knew nothing about Summit when I first moved there, and I've learned so much about it. It's a cool little area. The history is really amazing. I love how the train tracks are now the bike path, and it's bringing people out there. And it'd be cool for people to see something when they get out there and go check out this thing during the weekend. I'm looking to like have high school kids do their volunteer hours as, you know, in charge of the little museum and stuff like that. They learn a little, they get some community hours. So that's the plan. It's gonna take a while. I don't know if you've seen that place. So it will be a little bit of work. So any questions?
Comments, questions from the council?
Perfect. Thank you.
Vice President Verducci?
No, I just wanted to say thank you. I think that's a really great initiative that you took there, and, you know, preserving that history, I think is really cool that you really seem to be a good guy for that. So
Yeah,
it really worked out. I mean, I don't know how your family feels about you taking on an old, who's,
He's questioned
yeah,
many times.
yeah, I could, yeah, I was just
He's
wondering.
like, are you sure?
Yeah, I got a
And,
sense of that.
You know, I think it's nice to leave a mark in life. You know, your kids, yeah, that's great. They're doing great. But like something else, you know? So if that's my thing I can do, that's great. For years, I don't know if you saw, I've done a toy drive out of Summit. It's a bicycle toy drive for years, I think 5 or 6 years. People would drop off toys at the Summit store when it was there, and they would do these bike loops I would post online. Then when that closed, they did it at the end of my driveway. I had a big box and people would do toys. So I don't know, I think it's kind of all I know is bikes. That's all I know. And I thought that's the way to give back to the area. So, okay, thank you.
Thanks so much. What's the pleasure of the council on the resolution?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion by Councilman Pasqua, second by Councilman Brown. Any further discussion? Hearing none, clerk, please take the roll.
Councilmember Pasqua?
Yes.
Councilmember Capaldi?
Yes.
Councilmember Brown?
Yes.
Vice President Verducci?
Yes.
President Lima?
Yes.
5 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, motion passes.
The next resolution on our agenda, Resolution 2025-45, approving the bid for the site analysis, conceptual design and development, and all construction documents to GCA Geo Environmental for Quidnick Field and Playground. Madam Clerk, for the record, I will be recusing on this item. I'll give you the form, and I'd ask that my name be removed as a sponsor on this resolution.
So we entertain a motion for the resolution?
Motion to approve.
Second.
During discussion, I think we have to, do we have to formally amend the resolution to remove the president's name? So we'll need a motion to amend to remove President Lima's name.
Make that motion.
A second.
Any discussion on the amendment? Any discussion on the resolution? Hearing none? Oh, okay, sorry about that. Madam Clerk, we're going to vote on the amendment first.
Councilmember Pasqua?
Yes.
Councilmember Capaldi?
Yes.
Councilmember Brown? Vice President Verducci?
Yes.
4 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, motion passes.
All right, back on the resolution.
Just, I'll read the motion, the resolution for the public just so they know what we're talking about. Approving the bid for the site analysis, conceptual design and development, and all construction documents, so GZA, geo-environmental for Quidnick Field and Playground. This is MacArthur Boulevard, I believe. Yeah, MacArthur Boulevard. So whereas Town of Coventry, the Parks and Recreation Department was awarded a grant of $475,000 last year through the Community Development Block Grant process for the reconstruction of Quidnick Field and Playground on MacArthur Boulevard, which is approximately 1.9 acres. And due to the dilapidated status of the property with an outdated playground and aging basketball court, we have put out an IFB to redesign the western half of the parcel with a new basketball court, playground, accessible walkways, and associated stormwater features. And we had two companies bid for the project. GZA was the lower of the two bids at $39,500, which will be paid out of the CDBG grant. Now therefore it be resolved, the Honorable Town Council, one, affirms the bid of GZA, 1350 Main Street, Suite 1400, Springfield, Mass., in the amount of $39,400 for the Quidnick Field and Playground, and this resolution shall take effect upon passage. So this is due to a grant to rebuild the playground on MacArthur Boulevard. This is really good stuff, so looking forward to it.
Thank you, Councilman. Any more discussion? Madam Clerk?
Councilmember Pasqua?
Yes.
Councilmember Capaldi?
Yes.
Councilmember Brown?
Yes.
Vice President Verducci?
Yes.
4 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, motion passes.
Madam President, before we do E and F, can we get G on to get Kevin out of here, if you don't mind?
Sure. Resolution 2025-48, awarding the contract for the steel fabrication services for the Community Learning Center. Pages 81 to 82 in our packet. Do I hear a motion to approve the resolution?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion by Councilman Brown, second by Councilman Capaldi. Director McGee.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is one of the final scopes for the Community Learning Center. Contrary to some of the comments earlier in the meeting, there is no new construction at the Community Learning Center. We are doing a total rehab of 38,000 square feet out of a 105,000 square foot building. So it's an existing building, and we're doing the renovation. Steel fabrication is for the new canopies over the doorways that have to be done. The final 3 scopes are coming within, hopefully by the May 13th meeting, which will be carpentry, flooring, and painting, and that will complete all the scopes. Work is going on right now, and I welcome any of you to make an arrangement to come over and take a look at it. It's been gutted, and it's going back together now with HVAC, plumbing, and electric.
Discussion, questions for the DPW director? Vice President Verducci.
Just a general question on the timeline. Where are we at in the process now, and when do we think we're?
Well, we were 1 month behind because of the asbestos abatement that had to be done. We are still gearing towards September of this year. So we're very aggressive, and we're moving, and the town is doing the site work along with our subcontractors.
So you'd say you're doing as best as you can? Sorry.
The construction terms, but yes, we are.
Okay.
Similarly, do we know how we're doing on budget?
We are on budget. Actually, we are under budget. So everything continues without any change, without too many change orders, which there are always some. We've already,
Better knock on that podium.
yes, we're hoping. We've got some smaller change orders, but unforeseen that you don't know until the walls are coming down.
So we had contingency, and we're still within our overall?
We're still within the budget. We have a little bit of a play.
Any other questions, discussion for Mr. McGee? All right, if there's no further discussion, clerk, please take the roll.
Councilmember Pasqua? Yes. Councilmember Capaldi?
Yes.
Councilmember Brown?
Yes.
Vice President Verducci?
Yes.
President Lima?
Yes.
5 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, motion passes.
Thank you, ladies and
Thank
gentlemen.
you. Good night. Moving to Resolution 2025-46, requiring departmental budget overages projected at 5% or more year-to-date to trigger town council review and corrective action. This is pages 76 to 78 in your packets. Councilman Pasqua.
Thank you. I'll begin with reading the resolution, then I'll give you a little bit of background on what my thought process was in crafting this. So, resolution of town council requiring departmental budgets overages projected at 5% or more year-to-date trigger town council review and corrective action. Reads as follows. Whereas the Coventry Town Council is committed to fiscal responsibility, transparency, and the efficient use of public resources, and whereas the Coventry Town Council relies on careful budget planning and execution by all departments to meet the needs of the community and to ensure public trust in local government, and whereas departmental budget overages, particularly when trending early in the fiscal year, may compromise the broader financial stability of the municipal corporation and delivery of essential public services. Now, therefore, it be resolved that the Honorable Coventry Town Council, 1, quarterly budget monitoring requirement. Each department shall be subject to a quarterly financial review. In addition to the duties of the town treasurer as outlined in the Coventry Home Rule Charter, Article 10.14, the town treasurer shall identify and report out to the town council any department whose expenditures, when analyzed in relation to the annual budget and spending trends, are projected to exceed their annual budget by 5% or more on a year-to-date basis within 15 days of following the close of the fiscal quarter. Number 2, trigger for council notification. If a quarterly financial report indicates that a department is trending towards 5% or greater year-to-date budget overage, the town treasurer shall notify the town council via email within no less than 5 business days. Number 3, required council review. Any department projected to exceed its annual budget by 5% or more year-to-date trends shall be automatically docketed on the agenda for the next regularly scheduled town council meeting for review. 3A, the head of the department which is identified through the town treasurer's projection to exceed its annual budget by 5% or more based on year-to-date trends must provide both a written and verbal explanation of the projected overage, including proposed corrective actions or budget adjustments to balance their department's budget. 3B, the council shall review the explanation and, in collaboration with the town manager and town treasurer, provide direction needed to maintain fiscal discipline. 3C, all open meetings laws must be strictly followed during this process. If sensitive topics, for example, personnel matters or legal issues, are involved, the council shall enter executive session in accordance with applicable law. And 3D, special review provision for the solicitor. All invoicing for the town solicitor shall be processed directly through the town treasurer to ensure administrative oversight, transparency, and consistency in financial reporting. As part of the town council review process with respect to the solicitor's invoicing specifically, the membership of the Coventry Town Council shall be provided access to detailed invoices and financial documentation for inspection each month. In order to ensure against waiver, inadvertent or otherwise, of privileged and confidential client information by public disclosure, council members will be required to sign appropriate acknowledgement that they are reviewing documents containing privileged and or confidential client information, which they will not disclose in any manner to any person without authorization by the council acting as a body or pursuant to court order. A majority vote of the council voting in the affirmative in open session is required to waive the attorney-client privilege to release unredacted billing statements or any other information covered by the rules of professional conduct 1.6. Number 4, record of council action. All discussions and decisions made regarding any department projected to be over budget shall be recorded in official meeting minutes of the council, whether it be held in open or executive sessions. This record shall include the explanation provided, any concerns raised by the council, and any directives or remediation plans adopted. And finally, number 5, accountability and follow-up. The town manager, in collaboration with the town treasurer, shall oversee the implementation of any council-directed corrective measures and provide a follow-up report to the council in the next fiscal quarter to assess progress and determine if further action is necessary. And be it further resolved, this policy shall take effect upon passage and shall apply to all departments operating under the authority of the Coventry Town Council. So my thoughts were when I started writing this is, obviously, as we know, we had some concerns that were brought up about 6 weeks ago. And they were a surprise to me because the process hadn't been in place for a while with similar people up here, and we hadn't had this question. So when that came up, I myself had questions. What are we doing something wrong? We got to fix something, could we make it better? If it's not wrong, can it just be improved? So ultimately, I came up with this resolution because I wanted to solve a couple of things. I wanted to be able to just send the invoicing for the solicitor directly through the town administration and not have the council, any one person on the council be looking at something like this. And number two, I wanted to make it so the council themselves, as the elected body of the people, chosen by the people, have the authority to look at these invoices in their totality, unredacted, if there's a question or concern. So it went a little further as far as the solicitor goes, where we're going to see them every month. That's part of this resolution. When the problem came up, people were questioning how much money the solicitor's budget was over. And so my thought was, well, today we're questioning solicitor's budget. We could be questioning Parks and Rec tomorrow. We could be questioning, police, thereafter. So I wanted to develop a resolution that gave us some framework to provide the sort of fiscal stability where we can see problems ahead of time. We get quarterly reports, we know that we may be going over budget, and this applies to any department because the town's more than just a solicitor's department. So this resolution encompasses all of those areas everywhere. We've never really had anything like this. We've had issues in the past where budgets have gone haywire outside of departments. This way, now the council gets involved. We have a requirement to get budget to actuals. If you've been paying attention to the council for the last couple of years, you've heard that term budget to actuals quite a bit. And, people have been asking for them. They've been delayed. Well, this now requires budget to actuals. So I think this is a really good resolution. It provides a foundation for some fiscal stability that we really haven't had. And I also, looking to see the proper term here. So we've received an amended LOE. Do we work?
Proposed amendment to the.
Proposed amendment to LOE. So do we approve the LOE first and then attach it as exhibit later? Is that the proper?
So, yeah, there needs to be approval of the LOE, with the direction from the council for us to sign it and for the manager to sign it.
Okay. And then the last piece that I think was really important in this resolution was that when we look at these departmental overages and we start talking about invoices and budgets and numbers, and we suggest corrections or lack thereof in some situations, we're doing it on the record. We're in an official meeting. We're doing it with minutes. So even if it's an executive session and it's closed and you guys can't hear it, it still goes into meeting minutes and it still gets recorded. And someday, if it needs to come out and there's an issue, that there's a method there and they do exist. So no actions will be taken on these corrective measures and no discussions will be had without having minutes made, which really gives another form of accountability that I think should be in place. So that's the resolution. And
Did you want to expound upon that council members are being given the opportunity to see unredacted statements with
Yes.
LOE?
Yes, so I think I mentioned that, but that's part of this. The entire council will have access to unredacted invoices from the solicitor's office. And the LOE has been amended to match that.
Proposed amendment.
Proposed LOE has been amended to match that. And so, you guys choose us to be your representatives and, we, in my opinion, we need that information to be able to make decisions. So I think it's just good homework to be able to have access to that stuff. So that's why it's in here.
So what's the pleasure?
I make a motion to approve.
Second.
Approve what?
approve the resolution as with the, so should we vote on the LOE for, do we?
The resolution separate.
Okay, all right. So I make a motion to approve the resolution as presented.
I think, well, don't you want to approve the LOE and then add the LOE as an addendum?
We discussing the LOE during the resolution?
Yeah, we're in the midst of discussing
Okay, so make a motion to approve the LOE
with directive to sign.
with directive. Okay, so we'll make a motion to approve the LOE with the directive to sign, should it be approved.
Letter of engagement. All right, so we have a motion from Councilman Pasqua. Do I hear a second?
A second.
Second by Councilman Capaldi. Any discussion? Hearing none, clerk, please take the roll.
Councilmember Pasqua?
Yes.
Councilmember Capaldi?
Yes.
Councilmember Brown? Vice President Verducci?
Yes.
President Lima?
Yes.
5 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, motion passes.
Councilman Pasqua.
And just so the question I heard out there was, what is an LOE? So fair question. This is, sometimes it's hard to remember that people don't follow every meeting. So LOE is a letter of engagement that the solicitor provides the town of Coventry. We had initially approved one a couple of years ago that was similar to the one that got approved on February 28th. The process was the same back then, so we just amended this and the solicitor amended it, we accepted it to match the process of the resolution. So I make a motion to approve the resolution.
This attached.
With the LOE attaches Exhibit A to the resolution.
I need we have a motion. Do I hear a second?
A second.
Second by Councilman Capaldi. Discussion on the motion.
So just to clarify for everyone, we're doing a couple different things at once. The resolution, as Councilman Pasqua described, adding, the financial transparency piece, as well as the clarification on the administrative procedures. That's one document. We have another document, the letter of engagement. That's a piece of the overall contract with the solicitor. In order to implement the changes from the resolution, we gotta reconcile those two documents. So we're amending one section of the letter of engagement, just so make sure what we're doing in the resolution side also matches the contract side. And basically, all those things together are combining to achieve the two, major outcomes of the additional fiscal transparency and the change in procedures and who's gonna see what, and, basically addressing those concerns. Just so everybody, I know we throw a lot of acronyms and other stuff out there, so that's how I understand it. But just to explain for everybody else, thank you.
Any further discussion from the council? Hearing none, clerk, please take the roll.
Councilmember Pasqua?
Yes.
Councilmember Capaldi?
Yes.
Councilmember Brown?
Yes.
Vice President Verducci?
Yes.
President Lima?
Yes.
5 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, motion passes.
Resolution 2025-47, requesting the Coventry School Committee to adopt a formal budget monitoring and overages policy mirroring town council standards. This is pages 79 to 80 in our packet. Councilman Pasqua.
Thank you. So there were two resolutions that I put together. You just heard the first one. This one here I thought was extremely important. I'll read the resolution and then I will give you my comments. So whereas the Coventry Town Council is committed to sound fiscal stewardship, accountability, and the long-term financial stability of the town of Coventry, and whereas the school department manages and expends over 60% of the town's total annual budget, and therefore plays a critical role in the overall fiscal health of the municipality, and whereas the past budget overages within the school department have created significant challenges for the town, and whereas the Coventry Town Council recently considered and just passed formal resolution establishing mandatory quarterly reporting and requiring review of any department expenditures trending towards exceeding budget allocations by 5% or more on a year-to-date basis. And whereas the Coventry Town Council believes that the parallel procedures within the Coventry School Committee would promote consistency, interdepartmental transparency, and fiscal responsibility in the administration of public funds. Now therefore it be resolved that the Coventry Town Council respectfully requests the Coventry School Committee give due consideration to adopting a formal resolution that incorporates terms substantially similar to those deliberated by the Town Council in its efforts to strengthen financial oversight. Specifically, the Town Council requests that the School Committee consider the following elements. 1, quarterly budget monitoring requirement, that the school department institute a quarterly financial reporting process requiring submission of budget to actual expenditure reports to the school committee no later than 15 days following closure of each fiscal quarter. 2, trigger for school committee review. That the financial reporting process include a mechanism to identify and flag any division, department, or expenditure category projected to exceed its annual budget by 5% or more based on the year-to-date spending trends, with such findings triggering review by the school committee, and further, that in any instance where such a projection occurs, the town finance director shall be notified concurrently to ensure cross-departmental awareness and fiscal coordination. 3, explanatory presentation requirement. That the superintendent or relevant designee provide both written and verbal explanation of any projected overages to the school committee, either in public session or executive session as appropriate in accordance with applicable laws. 4, transparency and remedial documentation. That the school committee ensure that all discussions, justifications, concerns, and corrective measures related to any budget overages be documented in the official minutes of the meeting during which such matters were addressed. And finally, 5, follow-up and accountability measures. That any department, program, or account placed under review be subject to ongoing monitoring with a follow-up report to the school committee in the subsequent fiscal quarter to assess implementation of the effectiveness of corrective actions. Be it further resolved that a copy of the town council's original resolution entitled requiring departmental budget overages projected at 5% or more year-to-date triggered town council review and corrective action considered on April 22nd is attached hereunto as Exhibit A for reference to assist the school committee in its consideration of similar policy framework. So as I was writing this, you can't help but to think that, I mean, the biggest part of our taxes go to the schools. And we've had quite a bit of discussion recently about a major $5.8 million deficit with the school department, and it does have a huge impact on the town's fiscal health overall. So it made sense to me to ask the school committee, because we can't require them to do anything. They are their own elected body. But I feel that the resolution that we just passed provides us good framework to be able to keep the ship steering correctly, that maybe it would be good homework to ask them to do the same thing and adopt the same type of policies that we just adopted. So that was my thinking in this resolution, and that's it.
Discussion from members of the council? What's the pleasure of the council? Councilman Capaldi.
Since we don't govern them, we don't decide for them, we don't tell them anything to do, did you ask them about this yet? Did you talk to anybody?
I did not.
Councilman Pasqua.
And there's one section here, let me find it. I reference this as something that we were considering. I'd like to change that to something that's passed. Okay. Incorporates terms substantially similar to those deliberated by. So line 32, just so we can be accurate, I think it would be better to say, request of the Coventry School Committee give due consideration to adopting a formal resolution that incorporates terms substantially similar to those adopted, and take out deliberated by the town council in its efforts to strengthen. So that would be line 32, deliberated, change to adopted, because we did pass the resolution. Can we do that as friendly, or we have to?
That's going to have to be.
Okay. Yep, all right, I make a motion, we change.
So I think we need to motion, make your motion.
Yep, so can we motion to pass with different language? We got to
I'd make the amendment first, and then
I may,
we'll do a motion to approve as amended, or whatever you want to do.
okay. Make a motion that we approve as amended, well, line 32, we changed deliberated to adopted by the town council.
We have a motion. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Second by Councilwoman Capaldi. Any discussion? This is on approving resolution as amended.
Motion.
Oh, we already have one.
Second.
Thanks, though. We already have that, too.
So what do we?
You want a third? Clerk, please take the roll.
Councilmember Pasqua?
Yes.
Councilmember Capaldi?
Yes.
Councilmember Brown? Vice President Verducci?
Yes.
President Lima?
Yes.
5 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, motion passes.
Now move to councilmember communications. One this evening from Councilwoman Lisa Capaldi, request for the town treasurer to provide the town council a monthly report and overall breakdown of what is charged against the legal budget. Councilwoman Capaldi.
It's been a long couple of weeks. I've been listening to a lot of you. I will not go on Facebook. I will not respond to anything, but I read everything. And one of the biggest issues you guys have out there is this big number on the solicitor's budget. I don't even know where, a lot goes into that number. Steve stood up, our solicitor stood up last meeting and told you that wasn't his salary. A lot goes into this. Solicitor, do you know specifically what goes into that budget? Because you and I were talking, and I don't think you know exactly what's in that budget.
So just to be clear, I'm not paid a salary. I get a salary from my law firm. What I saw here tonight, sitting at my space, it looks like it's something from the finance director year over year. Expenses that are charged to the legal department. I've never seen this before. What it would appear and what it should be, every lawyer that does work for the town is charged against the solicitor's budget. In addition to that, it would appear that claims are paid out of the solicitor's budget. It would appear that there are a number of other things that I don't recognize that are paid out of this. Settlements are paid out of this. Experts are paid out of this. We've had some investigatory expenses in the past. Those were paid out of this. We've had some environmental charges that were paid out of this. But in particular, you know, I'm certainly not deaf to what goes on social media either, particularly when I'm roundly attacked on the basis of lies and hearsay. You know, society's allowed the medium of social media to become the message, and the form of argumentation seems to value volume and trash talk over truth and fact. So when you look, for example, at what I see here, and this isn't hard because I'd be very interested in seeing this monthly. I don't see any of this monthly. And I do think that things need to be categorized a little differently out of the finance office. For example, when you look at the year July 1, 2023 to July 30, 2024, you show debits to the solicitor's budget of $898,394.27, okay? When you look at the legal fees charged against that, and I'll just use my office as an example, my firm was paid $341,000 of that. There's a variety of claims that are paid against this. There's a variety of experts paid against this. For example, and I've only had a few minutes with this tonight. It's the first time I've seen it. When you look at the year 2022 and 2023, and I'm talking about fiscal year, so from July 1 to June 30th, my firm was the solicitor for half that year. You look at total debits of $768,748. My firm was paid $193,000 of that. The former solicitor that year, for half of the year, was paid $133,000, with other lawyers hired by the town or that solicitor that they don't do any work here anymore, and I have no idea what they did for the first 6 months of the year. My point being also is that what law firms are paid in, you know, when they receive a 1099 for is done on a calendar year, not a fiscal year. You know, calendar year runs from January 1st through December 31st, and budgets work on a fiscal year. So I would like to see this on a monthly basis, and I would like to see it broken down. I mean, you know, I'll give you an example. I saw the name Ron Ronzio in here. Well, you would know who Ron Ronzio is, right? But I happen to know he's a stenographer. He owns a stenography service. So obviously, my budget is being hit for stenographer fees, most likely for either planning or zoning. That's a change that we had made, that we have stenographers at those meetings to create a legal record. We should have a line item for stenographic fees. We should have a line item for claims. We should have a line item for experts. We should have a line item for settlements. We should have a line item for all legal fees, and then break it down by who gets what. I mean, this is readily available through the finance office at any point in time, but it's not made available to me, and I would like to see it on a monthly basis, and certainly have no problem talking about it. It's a public record. So, but for anybody to suggest that my firm was paid $800,000 or $900,000 in any one calendar year, okay, or any one fiscal year as the solicitor for the town of Coventry is a bald-faced lie. Plain English.
Solicitor, if I may, none of us have seen this. I believe the Director of Finance probably knew I was going to talk about this on the agenda. You know, the public wants us to be transparent with you. We need our own town employees and department heads to be transparent with us so we know what's going on. I would like to ask Mr. Savetti if he would provide us with something like this on a monthly basis. And yes, it needs to be a little bit more organized, as the solicitor was suggesting. I don't even, like, there's all these numbers on the same date, same number, but 3 different charges. I don't even know what this is. So and I want I'm going to reiterate this, for the public that was making these lies, the solicitor was not getting paid that money. It's proof right here. Is this public? Can this be public?
It is public.
It is public. If anyone wants to come up and see this, please do. I am so tired of people just running with lies and believing it without knowing the facts. That's not right, people. How are we supposed to run a town? We need you, you need us, and we need to get the facts and talk about it to the best solution that we need to do. The proof is in the pudding. It's right here. I think I'm done.
So we were asked to produce that for the meeting, so that's why you have it tonight. Yep.
Well, thank you, but we've never had it before. And this man was being trashed on social media.
Any further discussion on Councilmember communications? All right, thank you. Moving to introduction of new matters before the council. We have 2 this evening. First one, discussion regarding formation of Comprehensive Charter Review Commission in accordance with Charter Question 12, approved by the voters of Coventry on November 8th, 2022. So this was something else brought up at a previous meeting to get this seated, and this is different than just a regular charter review. It's meant to comb through our charter line by line, see what is compliant or non-compliant with state law, and just thoroughly update the document. I think I don't know that there's probably some recent charter questions that have been passed that haven't been incorporated into it yet as well. So I just wanted to put that on there, given this was brought up at a previous meeting, and see what the pleasure of the council was.
Yeah, I think we need to have this. We were supposed to have it anyway, and it's a good time to get citizens involved with reviewing the charter and, making some suggestions on changes if they think, that, we could benefit as a town from some changes. I think it's good to do.
I second that too.
Councilman Brown.
No, I also agree that there's something that we should move forward with. It was approved, and we should do it.
Agree with my colleague's sentiments.
Madam Clerk, could you, in accordance with the language in the ballot question, post this on the town website as seeking applicants?
And, if we got a lot of attention on this topic now, might be good to maybe just describe a little bit about, what that commission does just briefly. So we'd looking for people to come in, volunteer, go through that charter commission, understand what's in there now, where we need to be, rely on some people who perhaps have been on these before or have the history, just so that we can all gain a sense of knowledge about what's in there and whether or not it's appropriate going forward, offer changes, and then eventually those changes come out of the commission and they come before the council for approval. So just to give everybody a sense of, what that means, it's a commitment to sign up for something like that. It's a detailed work. But, I know there's a lot of people who have been very interested in the charter lately, so we'd be happy to have you come in and volunteer, so.
All right. Anything else on this item? All right. The other item this evening, discussion regarding town council vacancies and review of the special election calendar for District 3 and 5 provided by the State Board of Elections. So the State Board of Elections supplied the town with a calendar for the special election for these two seats. This calendar, I assume, will be posted on the website, but it's right now showing a primary date, if necessary, of July 8th and a general election of August 5th. And obviously, there's other deadlines included in there. I'm turned sideways because the document is landscape, but now portrait. That's the detail there. In terms of the charter, looking at filling vacancy, it says here, if a vacancy shall occur in the town council, the remaining members of the town council shall within 45 calendar days fill the vacancy. The vacancy shall be advertised in one or more forms of media accessible to the general public seeking applicants to fill the vacant position, and no person shall be considered for appointment until at least 7 days from date of the advertisement has passed. So this is saying that the council has the ability to appoint someone to these seats until the successor is elected after advertisement. The person appointed shall serve until the term expires or is filled by a special election, whichever occurs first. 1, if the vacancy occurs within 12 months from the end of the elected term, no special election will be held. That's not the case here. If the vacancy occurs with more than 12 months remaining in the elected term, but within 12 months of the next state Rhode Island general election, the unexpired term will be filled by a special election held concurrent with the next state of Rhode Island general election. That is not the case here. The vacancy occurs with more than 12 months remaining in the elected term and more than 12 months before the next state of Rhode Island general election. Special election shall be called by the town clerk in the manner prescribed by law to fill such vacancy. That is the case here. 4, if a vacancy occurs in the timeframe of subsection 2, but outside the time requirements for having the said special election occur concurrent to the next state of Rhode Island general election, the vacancy shall be filled in such manner as if it had occurred under subsection 3. It's not the case here. In all cases, the vacancy shall be filled by a qualified elector from the same district. That's Charter Section 3.06. So the council will have to direct the clerk to advertise for appointment of Districts 3 and 5 qualified electors, to submit names forward, and then the council will make appointments from there. Okay. Councilman Capaldi.
Do you have to have an appointment? Do we have to appoint someone in the interim? What did it say?
If a vacancy shall occur in the town council, the remaining members of the town council shall within 45 calendar days fill the vacancy. An election it's mandatory. An election is not happening within 45 days.
So it's mandatory to have an appointment and then, okay.
Any further questions, discussion on this item? Vice President Verducci.
So in the case of, just playing this out a little, we, have someone appointed and then we have a special election. That person may or may not be on the ballot. That could be totally separate person. And then does the person who wins or persons who win the special election start immediately?
When their election is certified by the state and the Coventry Board of Canvassers.
And the appointed person in that case would step down, new person, okay, thank you.
Any further discussion? All right, and lastly, we'll move to public comment for undocketed items. Come forward to the microphone, make sure it's green and on, and state your name, and you can proceed with your comment.
Hello, my name is Cheryl Kane, 185 Reed Schoolhouse Road. I was here at the last town council meeting, and I was speaking about illegal customary home occupations, and I was just wondering if you found anything about that. I know I sent an email to Ms. Capaldi. You said you were going to send it over to Mr. Perillo. So I was just wondering if you heard anything. Mr. Perillo, have you come upon anything about investigation with this illegal customary home occupation at 211 Reed Schoolhouse Road? I was wondering if you have got any more information pertaining to the illegal customary home occupation. Okay, this has been 2.5 years since Mr. Perillo has been to my home to see the illegal customary home occupation. He was there to see the 20-foot round pit that the gentleman that lives there, him and his wife, kid, were having bonfires. And the bonfires were they were huge. They were causing ash to come on my vehicles at my house. The ash was also on the home across the street. We have called the fire departments, the police departments, which the fire department did take care of the pit. It's gone. The police department came over. They did have a picture of the bonfire, but when the Mr. Cloutier went to court, what they did is the police department presented a black and white photo of the bonfire to Judge Capaldi. Because of this, Judge Capaldi could not tell how big the bonfire was. I myself gave videos and pictures to the police department, and they had it. They put it on. They wanted to make sure there was no viruses on the flash drive. Mike Brogy took care of it. He was supposedly going to give that to the judge, the policeman, whoever that was going to be going on that time for that hearing. I think someone came from your office, Mr. Angel's office. He came kind of like disheveled, didn't know what was really going on. Yes, that is true.
And the record would reflect, Ms. Kane, I was there that night for another reason.
Okay.
That evening, what happened was
Mhm.
Mr. Videcchio was there to prosecute.
I didn't know what his name was, but go ahead.
Mr. Videcchio was there to prosecute.
Yes.
Confusion was
Okay.
that the officer failed to show up.
Well, then they should have just continued the court case.
The judge would not continue it.
Why?
He would not continue it because the person had a right to be heard that evening, okay? Please hear me out.
I will hear you out.
The case was a winner in plain English. I was very...
On his case, on his side.
No, it would have been on your side.
Yes, it would have been.
Had the officer appeared and the officer failed to appear.
Yes.
I made an effort the very next, I visited the chief of police.
Okay.
Visited the town manager. I have never in my experience ever seen a situation where an officer failed to appear and give witness to a complaint of that nature. It was a failure of the Coventry Police Department, not the solicitor's office.
We will move on.
I'm very sympathetic to you. And if we had the proof, we were prepared to go forward that night, and we had the proof. What we didn't have was a competent complaining witness because they failed to appear.
We'll move on with that. The next time, he was running a salvage yard, junkyard out of his backyard. He brings home brush, dry leaves, trees, diseased trees. He's already had the Terminator there, exterminated to get rid of the termites or whatever. It's a fire. It's a fire hazard. There is so much going on. Every day, there's something new. Now there's still, the other night on March 29th, I woke up to this loud noise. I didn't know what it was. I went running outside, and what was outside was the lights next door. Only thing I could see was red lights on the top of a truck. There was 3 vehicles there. All the lights are shut off. I could see backup lights. They were bringing in wood. The truck was so overloaded, the transmission blew, and then the other 2 trucks had to bring the rest of the wood into the backyard. Then the truck of Mr. Cloutier's was towed away, and it's been gone. He's now using another truck that's black with a red trim in the front. And what's happening is he did move most of the equipment off his property. The backhoe is still there, but most of the equipment has been moved off. So what happens is his employees will bring the equipment back to his house every day, then they leave. And then that night they come, they bring everything back to the back of the yard, dump it in the backyard, whatever. But from the trees to the brush to the 4 foot of dry leaves on the ground, there is no rooting system in his backyard. My property is getting flooded because of this. We have erosions. We have maintenance lawn maintenance in the town of Coventry, which I had given to the planning department and the zoning department. We have the customary home occupations that say that you cannot have any smoke, noise, anything that shows from your property line. If you can tell what kind of business is in that house, then you're not allowed. He shows everything. The only fence he has is he's got a fence up in the front. It's like an L, and that's only so no one can see it from the road. If you come onto my property, you see everything. We are trying to block his property. If you go and you see my side lot, I have bought 30 trees, 30 green giant pine trees to block him out between the front and the back. But now I am putting leaves back there, I'm putting grass back there. I'm spending thousands and thousands of dollars to eliminate an illegal customary home occupation. This is wrong.
It is, I hate to ask, is there double jeopardy here, or, I mean, he's still, I'm just trying to get what the next step is here.
Cited last year for having all of the stuff in his backyard, and the complaint was dismissed by the judge.
And
So my question is, if that illegal activity is still happening, is he to be cited again?
We can prove the case again.
how can you not prove it? Come on, be real.
It was dismissed by the judge. It was a trial, it was dismissed.
And I'll tell you why that was dismissed. I will tell you why it was dismissed. And I will tell you why it was dismissed. The Coventry Police put a drone up 350 feet. So you couldn't see all the metals and all the stuff on the ground. I know it's there, so I can tell. I can tell from that photo. But 350 feet, I have a drone. You can see everything. And that's not even going over their property. That's going over my property. It's 365 degrees. So that picture that the police department showed to Judge Capaldi again, it's an insult. It's just a complete insult. This has been going on for 2.5 years. All my neighbors have complained, but unfortunately, 3 of us have deep voices, the woman. I think they're just me. Now, Mr. Cloutier, owner of Crown Cleaners, he's attacking me on Facebook now. You know what? I'm done. And I have one thing to read because my neighbor was here earlier, but he couldn't stay. You guys were in executive session. So I want to read this on his behalf. He has given me permission. My name is Andrew Nutton, and I live at 1 Jessica Lee Court in Coventry. I have proudly taught social studies in Coventry High School since 2002. Due to my love for this community, I moved my family to Coventry in 2020. When I first moved to town, my neighborhood was a quiet, peaceful community. About a year later, the residence at 211 Reed Schoolhouse Road was sold to a new owner. The new occupants, Kyle Cloutier and family, have destroyed any resemblance of peace and quiet in our residential area. Kyle operates Crown Cleaners. It is a tree service and rubbish removal business. He operates his commercial business at 211 Reed Schoolhouse Road. He is constantly running noisy commercial equipment such as chainsaws, wood splitters, and various heavy machinery. He hauls in trees, waste, and rubbish of all kinds to process and dispose of on premises. He lights large fires to dispose of waste and chemicals. The children of our community get to breathe in the toxic fumes regularly now. He buries many items, including hazardous materials, in the yard using commercial heavy equipment. 211 Reed Schoolhouse Road is zoned to be a residential property. A full-blown commercial business is operating there. This is plain to see, and as far as I know, plainly illegal. All one needs to do is drive by and look in the backyard. What you will see is a commercial operation called Crown Cleaners. Other tree service or companies need to be zoned commercially. Mike's Professional Tree Service and Warwick Tree Service are zoned for commercial activity for a reason. Dozens of calls have been made to the Coventry Police Department regarding this property. Night and day, the tranquility of the neighborhood is disrupted by excessive noise, illegal burning, and the commercial vehicles coming and going from the backyard. Kyle has been cited by the police for burning and probably other things as well. The court and town government have demonstrated a high degree of spinelessness in addressing this ongoing issue. I have visited the zoning office numerous times. I have called and written to the police. I have written to Jen Ludwig. I have attended court dates and meetings, and nothing has changed. At court, I personally witnessed Kyle and his family threaten physical violence against a collection of concerned residents from the neighborhood. This too was unaddressed. What I would like to see in this neighborhood restored to a residential area free from the noise and disruption of the illegal commercial operation at 211 Reed Schoolhouse Road. Kyle's business must be shut down for the safety of this neighborhood. Crown Cleaners should relocate to a property zoned for commercial activity like the other tree services in town. It is not welcome in this residential neighborhood. If I can be of any assistance in addressing this matter, please let me know. My family's quality of life and safety are dependent on a resolution to this matter. Thank you so much for any help you can offer in regards to this very pressing matter. I look forward to hearing from you. Sincerely.
Town manager, can you please get zoning to her house, to their house, the neighbor's house? We need to pick this up again, please.
We'll continue to investigate, absolutely.
Also,
But how is that department investigating?
they're not.
Well, we're not allowed to, on his property without permission, but we can review and see from the Ms. Kane's backyard, which we've done in the past. So
So when was the last time they were on Miss Kane's?
April
property?
23, when he first came to talk Coventry.
Okay, I think we need to get back on Miss Kane's property to take a look.
And we have been, not just me, all these people have been to zoning, planning meetings. We've been to
And
all of them.
all their emails.
Okay, but they've been to the meetings. Now, we went to zoning meeting, and when I was mentioning to the board, zoning board, about people move to these areas because they need tranquility, they need peace. They came from the city, and that's why we came from the city. We came from Silver Lake. And we live here now, and that was why we came here, for the quality of life and the safety. And when they just, all through Coventry, not just my neighbor, but all through Coventry, we have illegal occupations. Customary home occupations. We have these tree services all through Coventry. So this is not just my neighbor. We have to get rid of these illegal customary home occupations throughout Coventry. They are changing the appearance of our town. Between those and the mobile home, and the Winnebagos across the front lawns, that's just gotta go. We're a town. We're not campgrounds. We're not that.
I thank you for what you're saying, but let me just work on the town manager to deal with your problem first.
Okay, I want to bring to your attention, when I did mention about that, about how people come to town because of, they might have PTSD, they could have mental disorders. Kerry Kowalski she laughed at me about it, and that really upset me. And she said she wasn't smiling. She wasn't laughing, she was smiling. That girl hasn't smiled a day in her life. And when I ran for council against Ms. Capaldi, that was my main concern about what everyone was saying to me. They said, you know what, we are so intimidated. We have this business next door, but we're not going. That girl, that woman in zoning, she's horrible. She won't help us. She is just horrible. And this has been going on for 20, 25 years. It hasn't changed. So what's going on with that? We are here, people in the town of Coventry that are employed by the town of Coventry are servants to the taxpayers. You are here for us.
Mr. Town Manager, is there someone other than Kerry that could help with this investigation?
I hope so.
Building officials' office is involved, the police department's involved, the fire departments are involved. They're all.
And they've done nothing. Only fire department.
trying
Thank you so
to-
much.
We are trying to pick this up.
Fire
again,
department's
so,
doing wonderful.
Let's move forward.
Okay, I am willing for that. I hope within 3 months, please. It's been 2.5 years, 3 months. There is no reason, there is really no reason. There is documentation, he has a license through the town. And I used to work for the town. I know I gave that same documentation away to the people, the taxpayers. So I know that's an illegal business next door. I don't care what you say. Thank you.
Public comment on undocketed items, come forward to the microphone, state your name and address to the record.
Hi, my name is Brittany Boyer. I live at 318 Town Farm Road. I am coming with a question, if anyone can answer for me. Is it a rule that residents must go through their town council representative in order to contact or ask questions of Mr. Angel? Ms. Capaldi, we spoke this past weekend, and you had said that that may be the case with him not answering.
I have never said that to you.
Ms. Capaldi,
I said to you, it may be, you said you've left several emails for him.
said I emailed.
And I said, why don't you reach out to
said-
me and I maybe can
I said,
tap him
well,
on
I
the
said,
shoulder.
I emailed him, he did not respond. You were going to call him, and then you said, you may need to go through me. So that's the only reason I'm asking.
I have more clout than you because he works for our council. That's what I meant.
Okay,
There's no rule,
well, that's all I'm asking.
but you were thinking I said a rule. There's no
No,
rule.
no, I did not, no, ma'am. I did not think you said a rule. That's why I'm asking. I did not realize I did not have as much clout.
Excuse me, solicitor, didn't I ask you about if you received her emails?
Yeah, I did receive her email, and based on the tone, tenor, and comment of the email, it didn't warrant the response.
Well, that's actually my next point. In that case, Mr. Angel, now that I know why you didn't respond, I was actually thinking you were going to hide behind the phrase open investigation, but I copied and pasted that same exact email to Mr. Verducci, and he was forthright enough to share the truth about what actually happened regarding the allegations made against Mr. Copley. I would also like to know if you plan to represent Ms. Lima in the event she pursues legal action, and if so, if your services will be paid for using town funds.
That's an outrageous comment.
It's a question, not a comment.
No, it is a comment, and I'm going to answer it. Don't interrupt me. There have been a lot of outrageous comments made about that complaint. My role,
I have more coming, so.
my role in that complaint was very simple.
Mhm.
Mr. Verducci made a statement to me that warranted it being reported to the police department. That's my entire role in this, period.
Okay.
It could have been any female, and I would have reported it. In addition to which, okay, representing Ms. Lima, I don't represent her or anyone in her family, nor would I, on a matter of that. And in fact, my office took the immediate steps to make sure that we were not involved in any charging decision related to that complaint. That complaint and the charging package was referred to the Rhode Island Attorney General's office. And to my knowledge, it's under consideration in their office. We have nothing to do with it, nor would we.
Since you're so protective of women, do you start most of your conversations with them with "don't interrupt me"? Perfect. So even if you were unwilling or unable to respond in any detail to my email, a basic acknowledgement such as "received, cannot comment" would have shown at least an ounce of respect and professional courtesy. Ignoring correspondence from a resident is unacceptable. The stories we've heard from you, Mr. Angel, and from Mr. Verducci, that I posted his email back to me publicly, do not align. Mr. Angel, it seems you fabricated a version of events with more shock value to provoke public reaction. You may hope this fades away, but it won't. Moving on to questions that I had about the budget. That's my primary area of concern. The council has passed a rough draft, if you will, of the budget unanimously, but I feel there's still a lot of unanswered questions. I've reviewed the budget line by line, and I'm kind of shocked at what I'm seeing. Some of the questions that I have heard people ask and some of the questions that I have come up with myself after going through it seems that we're spending hundreds of thousands of dollars on bond money. I'm not super familiar with bond money. I'm doing my best to educate myself, but I will let you know I am seeing that we're spending money on gyms, on science labs, and while I find them extremely important, I had to fundraise this year to get paper and pencils for my daughter's classroom at Washington Oak. We were told by teachers that there is no homework for the rest of the year because they don't have paper to print on. I don't know if bond money like that can be only used for particular things like a gym or a science lab. Again, I'm not against those things. They're super important. I played sports all through college. I think they're wonderful. But I also think that paper and pencils are just as important for those for all of those kids, not just elementary kids. Another question I saw was, why does Parks and Rec require more funding than police dispatch? We approved $150,000 to pave Briar Point, but we don't know if we have the funds to staff and maintain it. Human Services lacks a revenue sheet, so I'm looking to see how grants can be tracked and accounted for without their revenue sheet. We are allocating money for the town hall kitchen. I'm not exactly sure what that line item means or what that money is for. It seems there's nearly a 3% raise across the board for most employees, and I'm looking to see if those raises are contractually obligated or discretionary. And it looks like some of them even have up to 10% raises. Again, are those contracted or are those discretionary? The custodian line item doesn't show the number of employees. It looks like we pay one employee $240,000 a year, which I know obviously is not the case, but I'm thinking, again, before we go ahead and approve those items, maybe having the correct number of employees on that line is just a little bit of a clearer option. I know that if I ran my personal budget this way, it would be kind of careless. Back to the solicitor's budget. That's kind of my most concerning point, and not because I think he took home $650,000. I don't. I think that's a crazy number. But when I spoke with Ms. Capaldi, her and I had a conversation, and we both spoke about not really knowing, Ms. Capaldi, if you remember this conversation, what was in that budget. Exactly. And I think I'm going to come from a little different of an angle than you're expecting me to. Ms. Capaldi told me that the finance director, per Mr. Angel, simply charges to it. We've also been told that the budget is full of things like subcontractors, which I get. It's full of claims, which I get. Why are we not listing those under the line items they're supposed to? We have a line item for subcontractors, for third parties, for claims. We have a line item for so many of these things, and there's nothing there. We're treating this solicitor's budget, and Mr. Angel, you're gonna hear this, we're treating you unfairly. I know you never thought you'd hear me say that, but we're treating you unfairly because we're using that budget as a slush fund, and people are thinking it's going into his pocket. I'm aware that it's not. I don't want to make that accusation, but my concern is that a slush fund is going to get very messy. Anything can go in, anything can come out, and no one's going to be held accountable for it, especially when the line items are sitting empty. So I think it's super important that we go back through and assign those charges to the line items that they're supposed to be with. I know I'm not the only one asking these questions. Many residents have reached out to you, have reached out to me, and they are too just not receiving the answers, not for the fact that you guys are saying you have a not valid answer, but we're getting a lot of I don't know. The budget was unanimously approved, and I just feel like a lot of fundamental questions are not answered, and I just hope that we can go back through some of these things before we do our final approval.
Thank you. I'd say probably 75% of those questions I received from another constituent, and myself, the town manager and town treasurer are meeting with that person tomorrow afternoon over Zoom to go through her 3 pages of notes, a lot of them that you had. And then I think we should take the results of that meeting and make sure we discuss it at public hearing number 1, which is on Tuesday, and then we can reiterate them on Saturday as well. And maybe put that in a full document where we answer all the questions. But most of them were asked, and we're meeting with a constituent tomorrow, and we can reiterate the answers to those on Tuesday.
Great.
In our conversation, when we were talking, and I said probably several times, I did not know. I also, from you and from others, because I never said anything on the get-go, when all this stuff started, you thought I was complicit and agreeing with whatever you guys thought was happening. The thing is, I literally found this out on Friday. I'm trying to do I found an answer. That's been the process. A lot of the people up here, when this all hit the fan, we did not know what was going on, but you guys thought we were lying we did not know what was going on. We didn't. It takes time to get answers. It takes time for us to get through to the right people, find what we need. So I'm glad I was quiet and found the right answers for the questions that you guys had.
Hopefully, Ms. Capaldi, I'm not attacking you. What I'm bringing through with this is that I think 3 people spoke publicly tonight. I think we had 20 people on Zoom, and I think our town roughly consists of 35,000 people. So if I don't get up here and say, hey, look, I found 3 or 4 things that don't make sense in the budget, what if nobody does? So it's never in a personal attack. I just want to bring it to light.
No, and I'm just telling you about people don't know things. So I wanted to clarify that. And you are a very good mouthpiece. I told you that on the phone, and I do want you a part of my EDC commission.
Ms. Boyer, thanks for coming up tonight and talking to the council. Appreciate it. Just want to give a little bit of feedback on some of what you brought up. The vote on the provisional budget. So that's sort of just a a rung on a ladder that has to be climbed in order to get us to a point where we can have public hearings on the budget. So you essentially can adopt a provisional budget of anything, but it's not the full adoption, but it also allows you to advance the budget to a point where you can come to a hearing and give this good feedback and have a conversation with the council and probably a little bit more of a relaxed environment to, go back and forth about what you think the budget should and shouldn't have in it, and, and that'll help us formulate the final budget. But there's two upcoming hearings that I hope to see you at.
Yeah.
But the provisional budget is just literally just advancing the budget down the road.
Okay.
The other questions you brought up, some of them about the schools. The schools essentially give us, and correct me if I'm wrong, they just give us a breakdown of what they're going to spend the money on. It's kind of almost like a courtesy because we can't tell them how to spend their money.
Okay.
We have a maintenance of effort that we have to provide to them. So if we provided them $100 million last year, this year we have to give them $100 million.
them any less.
That's the end of the
The only,
discussion.
yeah, the only thing that,
I will just say, the only reason that I, Ms. Lima and Mr. Paxton, the only reason that I brought it up is just because I heard voting on it. And just wanted to bring light to what's happening in our elementary schools.
Yeah, that's great feedback. And that'd be really valuable feedback for the school committee because they operate that end of the budget. So, but those two things I wrote down, I knew I could answer them intelligently, so I wanted to make sure I got back to you on them.
Thank you.
Just to address the bond thing, you are correct, so we have to stick with what the language in the bond was approved for. But your issue that you brought up is obviously concerning to hear about. They have a pretty large operating budget, about twice the size of ours. So, I'm not sure exactly what we do as a body, just because of the difference in opinions on, not opinions, but who gets to dictate who does what. However, pens and paper seems, I'm with you on that. That's very rudimentary type stuff, to not give homework and mess with curriculums and things like that. Definitely something I'll pass along as a colleague to the school committee, because that's
Our farm raised about.
outrageous.
We raised about $600, and we just did a mass buy of school supplies for my daughter's classroom. So they shared it throughout the first grade classrooms.
Thank you.
It's really nice. Thank you for doing that.
thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Guthrie's hand was up next.
Good evening, Scott Guthrie, 31 Maplewood Drive. I hope you can hear me. A lot of times I'm right and sometimes I'm wrong. Last week I made an accusation against Councilwoman Capaldi, and I was wrong. The first time I spoke with her from her work phone and mistakenly made it my contact phone. I deeply regret making that accusation, and I hope you'll accept my apology.
That means a lot to me. I do return people's phone calls. Thank you, Scott. That really meant a lot to me. Thank you.
I told you I would apologize in public.
Thank you.
I'm a man of my word.
That means a lot.
And your dad over there on the wall that this room is dedicated to got my parents involved in politics in Coventry. Move over 2 pictures to the right, and that Norman Rockwell picture, that's me. Do you have any objection if I give a handout to each of you? As you know, I sat on the charter review the last time. And a couple of our things got ignored. Some of the things that were important to the voters were ignored. That's fine. The council has the right to not send something. So on that piece of paper, it says 2018 charter review. It was under Councilman Shibley, who was the president. Actually, it's not about a charter review. It's about a ballot question. There was no charter review. I brought this up before, that you cannot put a ballot question on the ballot without a charter review. And it's not only the second time, there's another one. And today I found out I had to come back and get some more information. I had the minutes of a charter review, but had no names of the people that were on it. So I had to come back to the clerk's office and get the names of the people who were on it. That charter review was also under Glenn Shibley. It started on, believe it or not, on an odd year, August 14th of 2015. When you look at the charter, you're appointed to a 6-year term and then it's over. Once it's over, it's done. If you don't make your recommendations, they never get to the council. Yet, a special meeting was called on August 1st of 2016 to put those questions on the ballot. And they had to do with financial issues of the town. So I will be putting my name in for the comprehensive charter review. Believe me, I've read enough of it, a whole lot of it. And I think I can contribute. I used to be a lawmaker. It's easy for me to comb through that stuff to see, you know, what is yes with the state, what is no with the state. This E360 code that they got coming up, I don't know if that's going to be a mandate on the cities and towns, but I do this all the time. This is what I go from. This is what I go from, and I've been doing it for ages. It is the 1972 charter, the very first one that was ever written. I've asked all of you to please read the charter. I think Mr. Brown asked for the big blue book, and I think you're all going to get it. Read this first. This is an apolitical document, all right? And it just says what you can do, what you can't do. And if you get caught doing something wrong, you're going to pay the price. You can't get caught telling the truth here. So, a couple of other things that I just want to mention. I don't want to be too long. I had a bad chemo week. Just got to find it. Oh, here's this one here. Oh, and Mr. Angel, you actually answered one of my questions. Actually, the council did, because I did read. How to put my glasses on for this. I did read Tenetti Enterprises versus Mendon Road Leasing Corporation. For the life of me, I don't know how an argument between two property owners has anything to do with the redacting information that goes to a city or town council. I also read Heel versus Heel. All right. The first page of Heel versus Heel. Actually, it's not. This is something that's redacted between Tenetti and Heel versus Heel starts down here. So when you see these little redactions up here,
I really don't think that this is any proof from the Supreme Court, no less, which you stated, that you did your hard work on, you did your homework, you told us that. I'm not so sure. Just drop something. I provided you with the ballots from the 2018 election. As far as I'm concerned, they're invalid. What do you do when you have charter questions that go on that are invalid? So now, they change things. Now what do we do? Do you go back to what it was before then? Do you go back to what it was before 2015 when the Charter Commission ran out? They didn't come to the town council and sit in front of the town council and make their recommendations. The town council willy-nilly threw them on the ballot. That's not the way you operate a government. I'm sorry. It just gets my gourd sometimes. A couple of other things I want to read off of this before I finish, because I really don't want to take up a lot of your time. But one of them is this, 308. Town council shall elect from among its members a president and a vice president, each of whom, and I'm underlining this, shall serve at the pleasure of the town council. You are all equal. Equal. As far as I'm concerned, when you sign a document for this town, it should have 7 signatures on it, not 1, 7. Unless one person, of course, disagrees, and then you would know that that would be a no vote. Just another record. I know that the amendment that Council President put in about moving the date of commencement, this is not Cranston. There is no reason to coronate a queen. Language in there is fine. The language said, after the election, the council will organize and be sworn in on the first Monday after the certification of the election from the Board of Canvassers. That, in most cases, took maybe 8 days. So in 2026, when the election comes up, and we'll say maybe November 2nd is going to be 2026, and some brand new person gets elected over there. He doesn't get to sit in that chair until January 15th. If you get unelected and you're really, really mad about that, you get to stay until January 15th. And think of what that could cause. Think of the harm. That's why we have charter review. So, am I angry about it? I am still angry about it. And I'm not so sure if I'm going to pursue it, but as it stands right now, when someone violates the charter, and it says right here in 304, if you violate the charter, I'll read it, why not? A council member shall forfeit office if the member, 1, lacks any time during the term of office, any qualifications for the office prescribed by this charter or by law, 2, violates any express provision of this charter, or 3, is convicted of a crime involving turpitude. So we've only had 1 violation of the charter, and unfortunately, it's Madam President. If you had reached out to the Charter Commission, they probably could have helped you out with this. But just to sit at a meeting and just take it up
You took it up as a regular business, which was fine. And when I questioned you on it, you said, well, how many council people voted on it? 5. I don't care if there were 50,000 council people that voted on that. It still would have been a violation of the charter. So now we have 2 violations. We have one in this year, and we have one in 2018. Now the one in 2015, what do we do with that? So they had their charter review, and they started it in the middle of a non-election year. So they met, they had 4 meetings. You can believe me or not, but I got it all. I got it all at home, and I'll bring the rest to you into, the next time. This is how I do things. So what do you do with 2015? So in 2015, time ran out. Now what are we going to do? Is it because of COVID? No. I don't know how to answer that, really. It's crazy. But, excuse me. So now we go to 2010. And here's your problem, ladies and gentlemen. 2010 was when the most charter changes were made in this town. And it was done under a Republican administration. It took the right for you to put a D, an I, or an R next to your name. So nobody knows who you are, which is exactly what they wanted. They didn't want anybody to know if you were a Democrat or a Republican or an independent. Doesn't matter. They disallowed it to go on the ballot. So what did it cause? It caused less people to vote. You take a look at the numbers on that, 14,000 people voted on that. All right, at the very top of the ballot, 14,000 people voted in that election, in Coventry, just in that election. And there's less than 13,000 that are there, so less people voted. If you're a Democrat, fine. If you hate a Democrat, vote for a Republican, and vice versa. That doesn't matter. And lastly, who wrote the last 2 charter things into the charter? Did legal counsel do that? So your amendment and then the biannual communications amendment, who entered those into the charter? Entered them into the charter. I'm looking at it right now. It was they get added automatically. And here's the reason I'm concerned about it. This phone, I hate my phone. I gotta pull this picture up again. So believe it or not, you can go home and look at your charter tonight, tomorrow, any other day. And section 1522, which was one of the things that we passed, was a biannual notification that town manager will send out. There was some argument over it. It never made it on the ballot. Council president put it on the following ballot, including her amendment. So I'm going to read to you what it says in the charter right now. It says, shall the town manager be required to provide biannual communications to the voters to enhance public engagement and knowledge sharing and sharing of town government? That was the ballot question. So I have a 7-year-old grandson that could have copied and pasted that question and dropped it in there. This is what it should have said. And pardon me if I have to bend down. My vision is getting a little bad. Proposed ballot language. To improve government communication with the public, shall the manager, in coordination with the town council, post on official town Coventry government website and shall notify each Coventry eligible voter a biannual communance, public engagement and knowledge sharing of government. So it's to send a letter to everybody. We wanted a letter sent to everybody. And everybody kept saying, that'll cost 50 grand. I don't care. Look at what everybody's saying now. The solicitor said earlier, and I say it all the time, we have no more media, we have no more news, we have no more journalism. All we have is Facebook and Instagab and all the other stuff that's out there. Sorry, that's pretty much most of what I had to say. And notice I didn't get real mad tonight. But I'd urge you to get a copy of the 1972 charter. Very important. And go see the clerk and get a copy of the 2010 charter. And you'll see where the damage was done.
Can I have a motion to enter Mr. Guthrie's handout into the record, please?
Motion.
Motion by Councilman Capaldi. Second by Councilman Pasqua. Any discussion? Hearing none, clerk, please take the roll.
Councilmember Pasqua. Councilmember Capaldi.
Yes.
Councilmember Brown.
Yes.
Vice President Verducci.
Yes.
President Lima.
Yes.
5 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative. Motion passes.
Thank you, and thank you for allowing people to have sufficient time to, vent their frustrations and their feelings. There's not that many people in this room. This isn't like a high school gymnasium full of kids. I mean, full of people, throwing their arms up in the air. We can do things very civilly in this room, as long as people have enough time to get their point across. And I know that Hillary has yelled at me to go sit down a few times, and I would say no, because I'm not done yet. Well, you've told me you've reached 5 minutes, you've reached 10 minutes, you've reached 15 minutes. Doesn't matter if it takes me an hour. You're going to have to listen to what I have to say. Thank you for your time.
Thanks for coming out, Scott.
Any other public comment? Yes. Just come forward to the microphone, state your name and address for the record.
Good evening. My name is John Assalone, 6 Veronica Court, Coventry. I almost forgot why I came down tonight, but I wanted to say that how I know Chief Brown. When there's a fire, he calls me at 3 o'clock in the morning. He doesn't wreck the place. It's a great job. And I call this guy Johnny Pasqua. I like reading about his comments on Facebook. We always had good conversations. And that was great, what you tried to put together for the school department. That was most interesting, if it'll hold. I mean, $5 million a year is a lot of money, and I don't know why anybody doesn't have control on that. And I love some of your comments, Lisa, and your father would be so proud of you. Really would be. Absolutely. Council President, I don't really know her, but she got on my case one time when she thought I was not doing something up in a subdivision. So let me say, she really takes care of her people in the area. This was a situation when National Grid didn't, I think something broke in their areas where they had to put the poles, and they took the Dodge. And Council President called me, well, we're going to get that fixed. I said, it's National Grid. Well, when are you going to fix it? I said, finally, it was done, and for someone that really sticks up for her people. And I don't know the vice president that well, but I hear good things about him. I came basically because of what I heard about. I've been away, of course, and what I heard about this petition to recall. So I did. What I did at the time, with a lot of help, there was only one recall in the town. It was ever successful. It was regarding a gentleman on the school committee, and his wife was a school teacher. We had a recall because things that were going on. It was successful. I think this recall that's going on for the way the service you've put together is absolutely ridiculous. And I thought I would confront somebody here tonight that was involved in this. I would imagine what you go through thinking about the services that you really put in. I mean, I don't care what your political ilk is, but to have someone come after you like that with false information, what do? And I heard that people were ready to resign, and I just hope you don't do that, because there's some kind of consensus or something going on in the town right now. I think we have some real professionals, and it's been look, things were good in the old days, and it was more, probably a little bit more interesting, but Coventry had to come together with professionals, whether some people like it or not. And I do want to thank the town solicitor. He did buy me a drink one night, and it wasn't with town funds. And to be charged with things like that without backing it up, it's got to be so horrific that you're limited what you can do about it. I wish someone came up here and not really, but said to you, you're stealing, then you can do something about it. You know, if they said it directly, but it's all the innuendos, all this garbage on Facebook that people read. Maybe people are so mad at things today, but I wanted to just say thank you. Good night.
Any other members of the public in chambers before I go to Zoom?
John's right. There was one successful recall. I think I spoke to you one time and I told you that there was one that was unsuccessful. And yes, there was one. It was Scott Chattel out in District 1. So there were two actual recalls, one successful, one not. Just wanted to clear that up.
Do I need to state my name and address again? Brittany Boyer, 318 Town Farm Road. So this is the second time that the solicitor has said that somebody's email did not warrant a response based on the tone. So I just want everyone to know what I sent to Mr. Angel. It says, Solicitor Angel, there have been various rumors circulating on social media regarding what was said to you about Mr. Copley's derogatory comment and when it was said. Rather than rely on hearsay, I wanted to come to you directly to clarify the facts. Could you please confirm what was actually said when he relayed the specific comment to you, referencing sexual violence and going to President Lima's home? Additionally, when did it occur? I sincerely hope you will choose to be transparent and not fall back on the standard active investigation response, as many in the community are seeking clarity and accountability. Thank you, Brittany Boyer. So what I did was I went to the person who said what they said, and I asked them for clarity. And I don't think there was anything wrong in that email. That is how I would write an email to anyone. I thought it was pretty clear and to the point. And I just don't think it's fair that the solicitor gets to decide what emails are warranted a response and what ones are not, because I was not disrespectful, I was not rude, I simply asked a clear, direct question to him, almost the same exact question that I asked Mr. Verducci, who I had a very long email correspondence with that I appreciated. So I just wanted that to be on record, and before it was said that my email was in a disrespectful tone, I just wanted you guys to know exactly what was said in that email. Thank you.
Thank you. Members of the public on Zoom, please raise your hand. Public comment on undocketed items only. Public comment going once, twice. Yes?
My name's Lloyd Gale. It's green. Anything else? My name's Lloyd Gale. I think we can get by that. Can you hear me? Good. My name is Lloyd Gale. I live at 356 Camp Westwood Road. I've kind of looked at this whole situation as a bystander. And what I keep hearing over and over is the hiding, or maybe it's taking of hiding, assuming that people are hiding information when, in their opinion, other people don't need to know information. I think if all this redacting didn't take place, and I think if there was some physical oversight to the projects and the spending, I don't think that any of this would have happened. As somebody said before, you know, people are left to their imaginations. I've been around for 70 years, and I see that over and over. I've been through 8 children. The less information that's given, the more open the people's imagination and is allowed. So I'm just stating the obvious. I see that you've taken corrective action. I do think that looking at a project or a spending allocation that goes over 5% is a little tight. Most engineering firms allow for 10 to 15%. And if you don't spend within 20% of your project estimate, then you're asked questions again because you didn't estimate it right. The whole military, governmental thought and process that you spend $10 this year, so you have to get another $10 next year. I don't think that that is correct. I don't think that the military has been very successful in using that type of management. I also believe that you guys all have your hearts in the right place, but I think it's just a lot of misinformation, and the more information that you give to the rest of us so that we can look at truth and facts rather than conjecture and rumors, I think you're going to be a lot better off. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Last call, public comment.
Like I said, I forget a lot of things going through this stuff. The handouts that I gave you, the minutes, be sure to read the minutes of those meetings. And that will be where the solicitor said that, yeah, we can just go right by the charter review. We'll just go right to the Supreme Court. And you'll see that 2 councilwomen on there. It was Deb Bacon, I believe, and Karen Carlson from District 1 said, I don't think that we can do that. I don't think that we can do that. So Shibley got it rammed through. So the other thing that I have in there, that is the constitutional question about home rule. Read line 8. Just line 8 in the black, because it's going to tell you to go up. And read line 7, which tells you, yes, you have to have another charter review. So in other words, if you can just do things the way you want to do them, and it continues, what's to say the state doesn't come back and say, no more charter review. From now on, you're going to come to us to get your ordinances passed. There are still cities and towns in Coventry that are still under rule of the State House. So don't think that you won't lose that, because you could. So I implore you just to read the minutes, and the casualness of the former solicitor that I couldn't wait to be fired. He's part and parcel to the destruction of this town, and I'm glad he's gone, and I thank the council for dismissing him after they got elected. So please take a nice read.
Thank you, Scott.
I'll shut it off so that nobody else comes up.
Thank you. Last call, public comment, going once, twice, 3 times. Public comment is now closed. And at this time, I'll take a motion to adjourn at 10:18 PM.
Make a motion.
Motion by Councilwoman Capaldi,
Second.
second by Vice President Verducci. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
The chair votes aye. We stand adjourned.